color. Vibes.
Perhaps you remember me. That's right. It's Deadman. The world, as you know, is in awful shape. And it's all because of the Death Stranding. The dead started to find their way into our midst, crossing over from the other side. We call these entities BTs, Beached Things. When they came into contact with the living, the result was instant annihilation. A void out, leaving nothing but a massive crater in its wake. But that was only the beginning. Strange rain fell from the sky, rapidly aging everything it touched. A phenomenon we came to know as timefall. Structures would rust and collapse, and people grew old in an instant. The world transformed into something completely unrecognizable. Those who survived these changes came to fear both Timefall and BTs alike. They withdrew into the remaining cities, which in turn closed their doors to outsiders. People ceased to travel and stopped meeting in person. They grew distant from one another and became further isolated. The social, cultural, and political bonds between humans began to crumble. The Death Stranding was hastening humanity's extinction. Seeing this, Bridget Strand, the last president of the United States of America, founded Bridges, an organization committed to making America whole again and providing a future for all humankind. However, Bridget died before she could realize this ambition. It was you, Sam, who took up her cause and resolved to see it through. Sam, the humble porter, who also possessed the unique powers of a repatriate, the one and only person who could save humanity. So with Bridges' Cupid in hand, and accompanied by the bridge baby Lou, you embarked on a journey across North America. Of course, you had struggles of your own, often phasmophobia, or the fear of being touched. The despair of having lost everything was just too much. But despite it all, you strived to bring people together. By extending the chiral network across the length and breadth of the continent, you would enable the rebirth of the United States as the United Cities of America. You were also to rescue Bridget's daughter, Amelie, who had been taken captive by terrorists. These were the vital missions you were entrusted with, Sam. We, your friends at Bridges, did everything we could to support your efforts. There was our director, Di Hardman, a close associate of Bridget, who was dedicated to fulfilling her final wishes. His commitment to American Reconstructionism was absolute, and for that he was named the first president of the UCA. And of course, Sam, the incomparable Deadman, yours truly. I'd like to think we became the best of friends. As you may recall, I was born from an artificial womb, and over the course of my life was the recipient of numerous organ transplants. I've always got on with the dead. I used to be a coroner. Anyway, I pushed myself physically and mentally to help you and your BB, Lou. Mama and Lochna were twin sisters, as you may remember. Skilled scientists who developed the Cupid, which was essential for chiral network expansion. A personal tragedy caused the two of them to grow apart. But they've since reconciled, with both their souls residing in the same body. Ah, Hartman. Every 21 minutes his soul departs his physical form, and for 3 minutes his body is clinically dead. During this temporary death, his soul is sent to the beach. That's why he knows more about the beach and the Death Stranding than anyone else. His knowledge proved indispensable in the execution of your mission, Sam. Fragile, leader of the private delivery outfit Fragile Express. Exposure to Timefall caused her entire body from the neck down to age significantly. It was the mark of a terrible betrayal. Higgs, a former comrade, used Timefall as an instrument of torture, you see. To no surprise, Fragile was hell-bent on getting revenge. But after meeting you, Sam, she had a change of heart. As your friends, we would stop at nothing to see you succeed. But ultimately, crossing the continent was something you had to do on your own, with only Lou for company, and with no end to the forces that stood in opposition. Deadly BTs, unforgiving terrain and unpredictable weather, ruthless terrorists. The list goes on. Without a doubt, your greatest enemy was Higgs. Convinced that humanity deserved to go extinct, he kidnapped Amelie and tried to torment you and countless others. But neither he nor anything else could stop you from achieving your goal. The chiral network was finally completed. The bridge to the future was built, but your ordeal was not yet over. You had to learn the real nature of the Death Stranding, a secret that Amelie had kept hidden from us all this time, and a terrible truth you had to face. But you accepted this final revelation, Sam, and did what had to be done. America rose from the ashes as the UCA, and as the people celebrated your accomplishments, you carried out one final mission in secret: to save your BB, to save Lou. You removed the child from the pod that was their prison and began a new life together. And so it was that the two of you vanished without so much as a trace.
Me? I've always loved porters. Through freezing rain and biting wind, across rivers, mountains, and endless deserts, they come to deliver something priceless, a glimpse of a life I've never known. They're my window, my sole connection to the outside world, and I know they'll be back again today.
-61. Have I ever really loved someone? Do I deserve what I've got? Now the great system's turned into traps and the fear is switching sides. I own $1 million worth of stock, but I still won't sleep at night. What is it that I've become? -61. Now the water level rises high in my cold paradise, where men sit in circles and talk numbers I never really liked. The way they think of life as some kind of gamble and watch the city drown. Where is it that I belong? -61. Now the wind cuts the leaves like a knife, and the sun is out of sight. I see the world I built to lose at the trial, what is left and what is right. I made the worst mistake one can make, pretending and playing blind. What is it I'm trying to find?
Okay, time to head home. Feel that. Pretty damn shaky. Here we go. Okay, you're all right. Let's go home and get you fed. Gotta move. Not like to look at that. Almost there. There, we made it.
Raindrops are falling on my head, and just like the guy's feet are too big for his head, nothing seems to fit. Those raindrops are falling on my head.
Hey. Not bad, little Porter. Not bad at all.
And I said I didn't like the way he nothing's worrying me.
Who's there? Who are you? Fragile?
Were you cooking?
What are you doing here?
Because I'm free.
I've been looking for you.
Nothing's worrying me.
Wow. Lou's growing up fast. You two look good. Like a happy family. Here's a gift. The finest Carol printed diapers.
Thank God. How'd you track us down?
Your neighbor got hooked up to the Carol network. Service now extends to the whole region. I let myself in with this. You can use Carol printers now too.
Guess it's time we thought about moving. Maybe further south. You know, I'm surprised you used the front door for once.
My jumping days are behind me. Overdoing it left me with some kind of syndrome. They call it jump shock.
You care for a drink?
Thank you, but no. I should get straight to the point.
Business, huh? I mean, for a moment there, I thought maybe you wanted to catch up.
I have a job for you. Take it, and that whole mess over how you left Bridges will be wiped from the record. You won't have to live in hiding anymore.
What about Lil?
That's a little more complicated. We're talking about a Bridges asset. You'll have to work it out. Sam, you brought America together. Helped it be reborn as the UCA. But I'm afraid that Death Stranding is far from over. Humanity is still in danger. Still on the brink of extinction. Don't act like you don't see it. A lot of things changed after you went off on your own. Especially within the UCA. Bridges no longer oversees the distribution network. They withdrew once things were up and running. So your friends and co-workers all went their separate ways. And that's not all. Die Hartman is not the president of the UCA anymore. In case you're wondering who's handling distribution now, A Pass 4000 has revolutionized the whole process. It utilizes the Chiral network to manage and carry out deliveries. Within network coverage, there's no need to rely on human porters anymore. And no need for Fragile Express, of course. So after I closed up shop, I went and started a new group. One that handles work in regions outside the UCA. We decided to call ourselves Drawbridge. And we still require the services of human porters that can work outside the network. Preferably ones with dooms who can sense BTs. Sam, I'm asking you to go to Mexico. To extend the Chiral network to the south. Just like you did when you went out west.
You're asking, or is this coming from the UCA?
Both. The UCA came to Drawbridge, and now I'm coming to you. So, what do you say?
Seriously, why me?
There are several reasons I thought of you for this job. Deadman, for one. He's currently working at a lab in southern Mexico. I don't know the details, but the research they're conducting there is important. Very important. And there are certain things he'd like to tell you in person.
Well, that was one reason. You got more?
I do. And this one's serious. There is some BT territory near that lab I mentioned. They monitor the chiralium levels, and recently, they've observed unusual activity. The cause is still unclear. But they seem to think there's a good chance a massive BT is headed their way. And if they're right, then I want you there. Ready to kill it before it kills them. Don't forget, Sam. You were the first person in the world to ever take out a BT.
Guess that makes sense. But something's still bugging me.
What?
All this talk about extending the network into Mexico. Isn't the UCA basically expanding their territory? Taking control? Claiming it for their own?
Sam, it's not like that. They're not trying to take over the world. They just want to link up new areas with the Chiral network. Like the internet before the Death Stranding. Public infrastructure to connect people. Which is why, instead of turning to an established government agency like Bridges, the UCA contracted a private organization, like ours, who then decided to employ the services of a freelancer like yourself. So please, Sam, won't you help us out?
fit for his day. Nothing seems to fit. Those raindrops are falling on my head. Falling.
Not bad, little Porter. Not bad at all.
The sun. And I said I didn't like the way he got things done. Sleeping
Okay,
on the
Lou. Time for
job.
some nom-noms.
Those raindrops are falling on my head. They keep falling. But there's one.
Yeah, all right.
So you'll do it?
What about Lou, though? It's not like I can take my kid with me. If I do this, can you hold the fort for me while I'm gone? Play babysitter?
We're inside the network. There's a child care app I can use. It'll be fine. The lab is only a few days away. I promise he'll be back before you know it. Link up the region as you head south, and come home safe. We'll be waiting.
All right.
Go on. Slide it on your thumb.
Like a ring?
Try sticking your thumb out, like you're giving me a like. Access your ring terminal to view the map. From here you can check order details as well as the cargo for delivery. Now then, let's review the mission that you'll be undertaking on behalf of Drawbridge. Your destination is a research lab in southern Mexico. When you arrive, you'll need to use the Cupid to connect it to the chiral network. Chiral communication utilizes the beach, where time barely passes. Using the Cupid in conjunction with the delivery terminal will allow us to initiate a zero-time massive data transmission. But because of the distance, it's not feasible to head straight to the lab to establish a connection. You'll need to use the way stations to extend network coverage until you're close enough to get the lab online. Your first stop is C1, Ciudad Nuda del Norte. Bring them a delivery and welcome them into the network. Improper corpse disposal remains a serious problem in Mexico. With every additional corpse that spawns a BT, the risk of a void out grows even higher. C1 in particular is struggling to handle this issue. But once they're online, we can give them the technology they need to address the situation. Why don't you take a look at the cargo you're carrying by opening the menu? You can access useful information about your deliveries via your ring terminal. To review the cargo currently in your possession, select Cargo Management. This is the cargo you'll need to deliver. Be sure to get it to its destination in one piece. It's an excellent idea to place the most important cargo in your backpack. We've given you some additional equipment. It can be carried in pouches or in special hooks, just like cargo. All these weapons can be used to incapacitate humans without killing them, so there is no need to worry about causing a void out. Be sure to weigh your various options as you load up. Return to the menu when everything looks good to go. Finally, before heading out, make sure to plot your delivery route. Return to the map. See your destination? There's a river you'll need to cross to get there. There are bandits in the area too. Armed groups that have attacked porters in the past. Think about what route you might take from your current location.
Commencing route creation.
When you plot a route on the map, you'll see what hazards you may run into along the way. You can face these challenges head-on, or try to find a way around them. How you get to your destination is up to you, but think it over before getting underway.
Commencing route creation. Delivery route finalized.
Latest model Cupid. Just completed. We decided to put a hold on network expansion until it was ready to go. Like last time, you'll be using it to welcome people into a whole new world. It won't be any harder than before either. The Chiral network terminals are ready and waiting. Bridges saw to that. Emily's expedition split into two groups midway. The first continued west, while the second cut south into Mexico. But again, they were only able to lay the groundwork. Until you bring those terminals online with the Cupid, the network can't grow. Hungry?
No.
No more baby food for you.
There is no time you need.
Let you get fragile any trouble, I'm gone.
Take every chance of joy that you can find.
Don't you break my kid.
Go cast your light and shine it on the road.
Now who wants to eat?
projections deactivated.
Get this done. Been a while since I held a gun.
route creation. Delivery route finalized.
Hey!
Yeah.
creation. Delivery route finalized.
I'm Sam! Hello! Hey! Anybody out there? Hey!
Good evening, Sam. ID confirmed. Welcome, Sam.
Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds.
Access the delivery terminal to process your orders and requests. Decontamination in progress. No anomalies detected. Welcome, Sam.
You must be Sam. It can't have been easy to come this far south. You're here to bring us onto the chiral network, right? Ah, that's a relief. We'll be able to dispose of corpses properly once you've got us online. That'll be one less thing for our residents to worry about. Anyway, I believe you have some cargo for me, yes? That's not half bad at all. Much obliged. We wrote this stuff off as lost. Thanks for bringing it in. It's just like everyone says. You're a man that people can rely on. Okay, use your Cupid to bring us online. The chiral gateway you brought us should allow us to establish a connection between Mexico and the UCA. And with state-of-the-art tech at our disposal, we can finally solve a lot of our problems.
successfully expanded. Commencing data collection. Now displaying your current porter grade. Porter grade increased. Congratulations.
Chiral network connection confirmed. And now we can begin fabricating the latest corpse disposal equipment. Until recently, we've been dealing with our dead by burying them in tar, but that solution was growing untenable. We should be okay moving forward. I really can't thank you enough. You must be exhausted after your long journey. We've prepared a private room for your exclusive use. There are countless dangers in these parts. You should rest until you're fully recovered. Don't push on until you're ready. Please, stay here before you set out again. As I mentioned before, we've been taking them to a nearby tar pit and dropping them in. Unfortunately, we took it too far. And it wasn't long before the whole pit turned into a BT area. In trying to prevent the emergence of BTs, we ended up facilitating their creation. And with the constant timefall in the vicinity, chiral contamination has only grown worse. All these problems have contributed to an increased suicide rate, which in turn has resulted in even more bodies that we've had no way to dispose of properly. But thanks to the chiral network, we can now fabricate the corpse disposal facilities that we lack. Everything's going to be all right. Well, our corpse disposal problem is no longer an issue thanks to you. But there's nothing we can do to get rid of the BT area we created. Fear of BTs and damage from timefall and chiralium exposure will continue to be a concern. And let's not forget about the bandits willing to attack travelers and facilities. But so long as we remain connected to the network, we'll have access to new tools and technologies to help combat these threats. You brought us more than a connection to the outside. You brought us hope. Thank you again for everything. I'll get started right away on preparing your next order for you. By the time you wake up, it should be good to go. You'll just need to access the delivery terminal here. I hope I can count on you.
Welcome, Sam. Please relax and enjoy your stay.
Lou,
Are you alright? If you're worried about Lou, don't be. I'll admit, the stuff is pretty new to me, but the app has been a big help. Figuring out why a baby's crying, getting the milk just warm enough. It's had the perfect advice for every situation.
hi.
So, how does it feel to be back in the saddle?
Work is same as it ever was. It's the first time I've been away from Lou.
We're fine. Trust me. Just focus on the road, okay?
Yeah.
Blood volume and stamina at optimal levels. No irregularities detected at this time. Has been made available for use.
Nice.
Please review and confirm.
Good morning, Sam. Did you have a good rest? We're already making progress in addressing the corpse disposal situation here. Once again, I've got to thank you for that. If you access the delivery terminal, you'll find that you can fabricate equipment for yourself now too. We have some materials on hand here that you can use to make supplies for your journey. Take as much as you need. Now, we don't have all the same schematics in Mexico that you have access to in the UCA. But as you link up more facilities to increase chiral network bandwidth and improve your connection level with the locals, we should be able to share all kinds of new data with you, expanding your fabrication options further. I heard that you're planning to extend chiral network coverage to the south, down as far as that research facility. So go ahead and pick up the order I posted for you. I'll explain the finer details of the mission while you look at the map provided by ABAS.
Please select an item to fabricate. Playing archived footage from this location.
Your next destination is Villa Libre. The people there don't have enough medical equipment to meet their needs. If you bring them this delivery, you'll be sure to earn their trust. And once you've done that, you'll have an easier time convincing them to become part of the chiral network. Timefall is coming down hard in this area. Cargo containers that are exposed to timefall will begin to degrade. If you carry container repair spray with you, you can use it to mitigate these effects before it becomes a problem. Keep an eye out for the rivers and bandit camps in the area too. Hazards like these can make your life much harder. On your way to Villa Libre, you might pass a post box we built. We left behind some spare equipment in its shared locker. If you see it, take a look inside. Everything is yours to use as you deem fit. There should be materials in there too, enough to fabricate something if you like. Also, if you have any extra equipment, you can use the box to donate it to other people. With a moment's generosity, you can make another porter's day. Finally, each postbox has a private locker which can be used to store equipment for later use, and a recycle feature that will turn any unneeded items into materials. So what do you think? Have enough information to plan your journey to Villa Libre? Take your time to finalize your route.
creation. Delivery route finalized. Commencing route creation. Delivery route finalized.
This order calls for some pretty hefty cargo, to be sure. But don't forget to take into account all the other extras you'll need to carry to get the job done. Every piece of equipment you take also adds to your overall weight. So think carefully about your loadout. Try to pick critical items that won't weigh you down and wear you out when combined with your cargo. Run out of stamina halfway through a delivery, and you're in for a world of hurt.
Make all necessary preparations for your delivery. When everything is in order, head out.
Order accepted. Thank you.
Sign detected nearby.
My name's Sam.
I will always support you. Take care of yourself, Sam.
Can anybody hear me? I can't hear you.
Safety first. Thank you, Sam.
Sunrise will be occurring shortly. Disengaging weapons restrictions.
Take care, Sam.
close.
enough already.
Warning. Analysis confirms that these hostile life forms are chiral creatures. Now leaving chiral network coverage.
Brennan Barrett. Thank you, guys. This one's for you. Who needs all this crap anyway?
You are Sam, right? Did the Timefall give you a lot of trouble? Thanks for making the trip. Allow me to assess the condition of your cargo. In fine condition. as we hoped. You are every bit as reliable as people say. Did not think we would ever get this back, but seems I was wrong. I have to say, this was well worth the wait. I had a feeling you wouldn't let me down. Time to connect the Cupid. Once we're part of the chiral network, we'll be able to use these remote medical units you brought. I can get myself checked out as well. We've all been looking forward to this. So go ahead and link us up.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
Chiral communications have been established. Now I can finally use one of these medical units to assess the condition of the child I'm carrying. I just pray they're strong and healthy. The elderly residents here will also be happy to receive proper medical care. Oh, seems like you should be capable of fabricating PCCs now as well. Probably thanks to the chiral network expansion and the resulting increase in total bandwidth. Of course, every additional structure will eat into that bandwidth, but there should be more than enough to support anything you build. Within reason, that is. There's one other problem we've been dealing with lately, though. It's not a critical issue, so I've posted an aid request with further details. If you're interested, you can check it out via your Ring terminal. I'm not sure. I should have given birth to my child ages ago. But for some reason, the fetus seems to have stopped growing at 7 months. If something's wrong with my body, I can't tell what it is. And not knowing is driving me insane. But with one of our new medical units, I might finally be able to get answers. I want to believe I can still bring this child into the world someday. The only people that still live here other than myself are elderly. The last of the younger residents decided to risk it all and leave for Ciudad Nudo del Norte a while back. Too many bandits in these parts. Like the one I used to be. We took what we wanted and didn't care about anyone but ourselves. But after I got pregnant, I realized I could not keep living like that. Had to clean up my act. Start living for someone else. My friends didn't understand at all. So they ditched me. Left me to wander on my own. until the people here agreed to take me in. Even though the poor souls are struggling with all kinds of health issues. That's why we put in the order for these remote medical units. Some of the cargo we had stored here was washed away during a massive flood. The water carried it into bandit territory, so we're in no position to reclaim it ourselves. I know this isn't the sort of thing a porter like you normally does, but if you're willing and able, please, check the aid request. All of the relevant details should be available for review on that ring terminal you're wearing. You can use it to confirm the cargo's location. So, if your travels happen to take you out that way, we'd really appreciate the help. A new order has just come through for you. Looks like the residents of the C1 South Distribution Center need you to recover some cargo from a bandit encampment and bring it to them. You can review the specifics of the order when you get around to accepting it. So once you're good to go, access the delivery terminal here to get underway. I'll share additional info with you as soon as you do so. Okay, Sam. Are you ready? Then I'll bring you up to speed with what I know. The order you've undertaken is to recover chiral density gauges that have been stolen by bandits and taken back to their base. The base is located in some overgrown ruins, so you'll have a hard time getting a clear view of it. You might want to construct a watchtower nearby before you charge in. With it, you can get a better handle on the situation and improve your odds of getting the job done quietly. But that's not all, of course. Other porters are also able to make use of your structures. This way, you can help out the people who follow in your footsteps through this area. Think about what I told you and finalize your route. Best of luck to you out there.
Delivery route finalized. Commencing route creation. Delivery route finalized.
accepted. Thank you.
Thank you! Kindly!
Watch out for bandits on the road.
Disengaging weapons restrictions.
Take care, Sam. Please take measures to withstand the heat.
Thank you kindly. Came in handy.
Sunset will be occurring shortly.
Don't slack off. Come on, what you got? Let's do this. Feeling good. Definitely not alone. God damn, dude.
tolerably tolerable. Good morning to you.
Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted.
Thank you for visiting us.
Grounds.
The delivery terminal to process your orders and requests.
There you are. Checking your order data now. I will never know how you managed to track this down, but I am grateful to have it back. Let me repay the favor with some local data of ours. Maybe you'll find something of interest you can use. We have allocated more resources for you to use, if you need them. I hope it helps.
Now displaying your current Porter grade.
The data I've shared with you is the schematic for my custom electric rod. While this design is tailored for use with our fabricators, it's functionally no different from the ones bandits use. The rod extends with a quick shake and can be used to stun enemies over a wide area. It can also be thrown like a javelin, though you won't be able to retrieve the rod after doing so. A thrown rod will release a burst of electricity when it strikes the ground. And no bandit can shrug off a direct hit from this bad boy. Test it out, and you'll see.
Order completed. Well done. Hydration recommended.
Keep moving, keep pace. Don't be afraid.
I'm Sam! Can anybody hear me?
Now leaving Chiral Network coverage.
Hey!
Commencing route creation. Delivery route final.
Don't lose focus.
Everything we know is from the radio. Everything we dream is never what they see. Everything you ever want is here.
love, another one too dear. Lingering and laying in the cold. Galvanize my soul.
Hey! Anybody out there?
Buen dia, Sam. ID confirmed. Welcome, Sam.
Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds.
Access the delivery terminal to process your orders and requests. Cairo decontamination in progress. No anomalies detected. Welcome, Sam.
Stay strong. You got all you need to see it through.
Hola, you're Sam, right? I assume you're here to drop off that stolen cargo of ours? With those chiral density gauges in our possession, we'll be able to determine where BTs are likely to appear in the future. So, let's get a look at those containers and see if we're good to go. whatsoever. None. Brilliant work. Picked this up while you were out and about, huh? Thanks. I just have to say that you're an absolutely incredible porter. Looks like our chiral density gauges are just about good to go. So, let's see what that Cupid of yours can do.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
It's high time we got on the chiral network. Our BT research should go a hell of a lot faster now. We just shared some data with you that'll let you fabricate blood grenades, a kind of anti-BT weapon, and build timefall shelters too. I think you'll find both very useful. The chiral density gauges you brought us have been safely integrated into our systems. We can resume all distribution center operations and get back to business as usual. A lot of lives are gonna be saved thanks to you. It's one of the fruits of our joint effort with the lab to develop anti-BT tech. Up until now, our primary weapons against these entities have been created with the blood of doom sufferers. And so, production is wholly reliant upon regular donations from rare individuals like yourself. Securing a stable supply has been difficult. But you'd know all about that given your experiences with the UCA. But this weapon utilizes synthetic blood with all the same anti-BT properties. Derived from samples taken from doom sufferers, it can be produced at scale to meet demand. And despite its artificial nature, it's actually proven to be more potent than the genuine article. So you can think of our new weapon as a more full-blooded version of the hematic grenade it replaces. In any case, we won't need to ask you for your blood ever again, so rest easy. If you want to test it out, we have some training facilities here at the distribution center. Feel free to access the delivery terminal and give them a try. So, you probably think timefall shelters are only good for getting out of the rain, right? Wrong. Our timefall shelters are different, you see. After extensive research and development, we were able to outfit them with a system that disperses a BT repellent fluid. So if you've got one on your tail and it's about to grab you, these shelters are the perfect way out. Only downside is that the repellent has a limited supply, so make sure you don't run low. It has other perks too. The shelter can purify timefall and convert it into drinkable water, allowing you to top up your canteen on the go. We've posted an aid request so you can fabricate a shelter to see how it works. Researchers at other facilities are also in the process of looking into how various structures might be improved. As you expand chiral network coverage, we'll be able to share information and coordinate our efforts more effectively. And I'm sure we will all make even faster progress as a result. So keep on doing what you do and linking up places for us. This whole area is a chiralium-rich environment, so there's a much higher risk of BTs showing up. We've been coordinating with the research lab nearby, sharing data, etc. All to help develop BT avoidance and elimination solutions. One of the largest void outs ever recorded happened down south, don't forget, giving rise to a massive tar belt. So massive that it completely cut us off from the land beyond. We can't afford to let that kind of tragedy repeat itself here. But between the cargo you've delivered to us and our new connection to the chiral network, I think we got a shot. We're gonna make it through this. By the way, you're planning to visit the research lab, yeah? You'll have to pass through some dangerous territory then. We'll do a quick survey of the chiral density, so you might not want to leave right away. And let's not forget that you just tackled one of our toughest orders on record. Tell you what, we got a nice private room here that you can use to catch your breath. We'll get started on prepping the cargo for your next run in the meantime.
Fine. You guys?
The facility's intact, but the research lab might have taken a hit. The local chiralium levels appear to be rising. Better hurry over there, Sam. Head to the delivery terminal upstairs and check their order.
good.
Sam, we've got a situation. The delivery for the research lab is ready for transport, but the chiral density is higher than anticipated. This may be due to the gatequake just now, but we've identified a new BT area in the vicinity of the lab. However, we have no BB pods on hand. I know you've got dooms, but without a pod, you're gonna struggle to determine exactly where the BTs are.
Don't worry, if I can get close enough, I should be able to see them. Seems like my dooms level or whatever went up at some point. Steer me in the right direction. I can take care of the rest.
Oh yeah? That's awesome. By the way, we finished a preliminary assessment of the BTs detected in the vicinity of the research lab. And we've prepared some weapons that should be effective against them. You're a pro. I know you can handle this. According to our initial survey, you can expect to encounter gazers in the field. If you make contact with a gazer, then another type of BT, a hunter will emerge from the tar and try to capture you. If they succeed in this, you'll come face to face with a massive BT known as a catcher. Now, you don't want to ever let a catcher consume you. It'll trigger a void out, obliterating the surrounding area and everyone in it. And when the dust settles, there'll only be a giant crater. So make sure to escape the catcher before that happens. Or use the weapons at your disposal to eliminate it. We've issued you a number of blood grenades. They use an active agent based on compounds derived from the blood and bodily fluids of Doom sufferers, making them highly effective against BTs. You can practice using them in VR training. If you'd like to try them out, just access the delivery terminal to get started. Your other weapons won't do any damage to BTs. Shoot them all you like. They won't die. Make sure you're well prepared. All right, go ahead and pick up your next main order. I'll brief you on the details while you check your map. All right, Sam. You good to go? The new BT area we've identified is located in these ruins. If we don't do anything about it, eventually someone's gonna trigger a void out. So to prevent that, we need to neutralize all the BTs in this area. There's no shortage of collapsed buildings and hiding spots there, and the timefall isn't letting up anytime soon either. Since you'll also have cargo for the research lab with you, take care not to let it get damaged by the timefall or in any fights with BTs. An aid request for a timefall shelter was registered in that vicinity. If you build one near that spot, you can use it to escape any BTs that may be pursuing you. And if you stash your backpack in a timefall shelter, you can rest easy knowing your cargo's safe from the rain and devote your full attention to dealing with any threats. So if you got room to carry a little extra, consider requisitioning a PCC and taking it along with you so you can fabricate a shelter for added peace of mind. You're the only one we can count on. Don't let us down.
Commencing route creation. Delivery route finalized. Commencing route creation. Delivery route finalized. Commencing route creation. Delivery route finalized. Commencing route creation. initialized. Commencing route creation.
Order accepted. Thank you. That's the spirit. Thank you, Sam.
Disengaging weapons restrictions.
Take care, Sam.
within normal range. BT threat neutralized. Please deliver your cargo to the research lab. You are too far away from your cargo.
Looks like a way through.
ID confirmed. Welcome, Sam.
Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds.
Access the delivery terminal to process your orders and requests.
Long time no see, Sam. Though, having said that, I realize you probably don't recognize me like this. Anyway, why don't you let me take a look at your orders? Very nice indeed. One glance is all I need to tell it's in great condition. Picked up some lost cargo, I see. Should be a nice surprise for someone. We never doubted you'd show. Reliable as ever. A man. And you can count on. We're ready for you to link us up with your Cupid. Once you do, you'll have fulfilled your objective of bringing the entirety of Mexico onto the chiral network.
Now displaying your current order grade.
Sam, don't suppose you remember who I am? The name's Alex. I used to work at the weather station back in the UCA. I was a Bridges employee, reporting directly to Deadman. So, when I was offered the opportunity to collaborate with him here, studying the Death Stranding and BTs, I jumped at the chance, and here I am. And now, you're here too. You actually couldn't have come at a better time. Shortly before your arrival, chiral density levels started to climb, hitting significantly higher ranges than before. This kind of spike is indicative of an imminent giant BT appearance. I've shared with you some MP bullets that should be very effective against BTs. Because if a giant BT is on the way, then we're gonna need you to put it down. Chiral density levels in this region have been fluctuating wildly. We've been seeing a lot of gatequakes and seismic activity as well. It's almost certainly related to recent shifts in the tar currents. Our analysis of these anomalies has led us to believe that the arrival of a giant BT is all but imminent. What the data doesn't tell us is exactly where it might appear. Our chiral monitoring equipment just wasn't precise enough to zero in. Now that you've connected us to the network, though, we should be able to make more accurate predictions. We seriously owe you. Well, the delivery you were kind enough to bring us contained a shipment of MP bullets that have anti-BT properties. This ammunition will turn your average assault rifle into a BT killing machine. You can also fabricate blood grenades if you want to keep a few on hand. Before you head back out, review your options and requisition any weapons you think you might need. We've set aside a ton of extra materials just for this purpose. It's hard to know when this giant BT is going to appear. So for now, you should rest up in your private room and prepare for a potential fight. That's both mine and Deadman's recommendation. We'll keep you posted, Sam.
It's been too long, Sam. You were a good friend to me. One I could never forget. Which is why I took steps to ensure that this message would only play upon your arrival. The sensors were set to scan for your biometric data. A simple enough trick. Now, this was originally a geophysics laboratory established for the study of earthquakes. And for that reason, it holds a wealth of documentation on gatequakes, tar currents, and placates. As well, I discovered, as research data on the other side. Now, what I'm about to tell you, I learned after I came to this place. Imagine that this is the lab. Though it's relatively close to the northern tip of South America, the continent is entirely cut off from us by a tar belt. And so we have no idea what's going on down there. Nor do we know the state of any continent other than our own. The researchers here were trying to establish contact with the rest of the world. They were well equipped to do so, as the facility had once been used to launch research satellites. So So they tried launching a variety of probes and drones in the hope of obtaining observational data, with no success. The Earth, you see, is shrouded in a thick layer of chiralium that renders electronics inoperable at altitude. So they tried sending ships across the ocean. Oh, yes. Oh, but that failed too. The high concentration of chiralium in open water proved too corrosive, invariably causing them to sink. But then the researchers found some rather rare birds on their doorsteps. Birds not native to the region. Nice birdie, nice birdie. And that, my friend, was just the beginning. Not far from the lab, they discovered a strange anomaly. Well, the surrounding area was heavily contaminated with chiralium. Yes. This is beautiful. The researchers would later dub the anomaly a plate gate. But further investigation revealed that it came into existence when you began to expand the chiral network across North America, and that the gate grew larger in tandem with the network itself. What started as a tiny fissure in space became so much more. The researchers duly installed cameras to study the gate and its surrounding area. Now, to their surprise, they caught footage of some unusual marsupials. Yes, the kind you wouldn't expect to normally encounter in Central America, like the birds. But to confirm their suspicions, they sent an autonomous robot through the gate. The soil samples it collected were consistent with the archived geological data from the southern hemisphere. Not long after, several men and women came through the gate. They spoke English, and they confirmed that they had indeed come from faraway Australia. We finally knew the world outside North and Central America had survived. Ours was not the last bastion of humanity, but Australia had suffered the Death Stranding too. Undeterred, the researchers began working closely with Bridges and conducted a series of tests, paving the way for an expedition to Australia that would lay the groundwork for chiral network expansion. After they had first installed surveillance equipment, that is, so that the gate could be monitored from the Mexican side, a necessity to this day as Australia is not yet connected to the chiral network. The UCA may not have dreams of conquest and control, but they aren't about to let just anyone use the gate. Indeed, that's one of the reasons they were so determined to connect Australia to the network in the first place. Well, I suppose that's all I have to say about the plate gate. There's something else that I need to tell you, though. Something far more important. Mind if I pause it here? I have to go take a shower.
Gate quake detected. Sam, a gigantic BT just showed up outside. We're prepping weapons for you now. Access the terminal up top and take whatever you need. We're counting on you.
Now displaying your current Porter grade.
Sam, this is Alex. You did it! We've confirmed the chiral crystallization of the giant BT. Local chiral density is already dropping fast. I think we can all rest easy for now. You saved a lot of lives by killing that monstrosity. We won't forget that. Head to the research lab's private room and take a break. You've earned it.
You're such a good kid. No more. Lou? You're such a good kid. for a new pair of shoes. Yeah, just like...
The delivery terminal to process your orders and requests.
I want you to know that we appreciate it.
I will always support you.
Hey, Sam. I've been waiting for you. Stuff goes missing all the time, but it looks like today is our lucky day.
Now displaying your current Porter grade.
I gotta say, Sam, you're looking pretty beat. You know you can borrow the private room whenever you want, right? Don't kill yourself for our sakes.
Order completed. Well done.
As I said before, there's something I need to tell you. It's about Lou. You see, after you left Bridges, I decided to do a little digging into BB-28's past. That is, Lou's. I found the BB decommissioning records. Now, according to them, BB-28 was flagged for disposal and subsequently incinerated 4 years ago, long before you and Lou first met.
That's BB-28?
This is the child officially identified as BB-28. But if you look closer, Sam, you see at once that it can't possibly be Lou. Right there at the elbow, where the birthmark should be. Nothing. Which means we have another BB-28 on our hands. The one with whom you memorably went west and back not so long ago, that is Lou. Per regulations, the serial number assigned to each BB was unique. No two units should have ever been assigned the same one. I've cross-checked the details with the most up-to-date entries in the UCA database. And indeed, there is no reason to believe BB-28 survived. All of which can only mean, Sam, that the bridge baby you carried with you on your journey across America, Lou, was never recorded in the official database. So, where then did Lou come from? Right now, your guess is as good as mine. But as worrying as that sounds, this could actually be to your advantage, since it's functionally impossible for the UCA or Bridges to track a BB of which they have no record. Which is lucky, because if they did know about a BB that could live and grow outside the pod, they'd want to secure it for study. So take comfort in the knowledge that they don't, that you're free, that you can bring up Lou in peace. How is it, by the way? The two of you living as a family? Right. I have gifts for you. A few things to take back home. An assortment of vaccines to be administered as your child grows up. We want Lou to live a long and healthy life. And it's natural for children to be afraid of shots. Maybe this will help put Lou's mind at ease. A token of my affection. You can collect it via the delivery terminal when you leave. I wonder how big Lou will get. Anyway, there's one more thing I wanted to share with you. As you know, everyone is meant to go to their own beach when they die. But unlike most people, I wasn't born from a mother. I was born from an artificial womb. Transplants provided the organs I never had. I was incomplete and had no beach, I believed. But I wasn't about to accept that. I went back home to study the Ha and Ka and the beach. I threw myself into my work, Sam. I tried. But I think I've done all that I can. In the end, I'm still a patchwork Frankenstein's monster. One that's just about worn out. As a doctor, I can tell you, I don't have long left. So I've devoted my remaining time to research. That's why I'm here, Sam. Where I can focus on the beach. There's so much data here, Sam. On beach formation, jumping via beaches, the relationship between the beach and plate gates. All the evidence you could ever wish for. Not enough to solve every mystery, perhaps, but enough for me to make an incredible personal discovery that I have a beach after all. It doesn't matter how I was born. I have lived as a human. And thus do I possess a beach like any other. I am not a machine, but a person with a Ha and a Ka and a beach to go with them. Lastly, I have a confession for you, along with a heartfelt apology. I told you once that I didn't have dooms. But that's not actually true. Not that I was lying, you understand. I just didn't know. It was only after I found my beach that I realized. Chiral allergic reaction. I can feel it getting closer. I'm off to the beach, Sam. To my beach. Take care of yourself.
Sam.
Did you know about this?
No. It's news to me too. I'm sorry that that man is gone. But he would have been pleased that you managed to extend the UCA network all the way to his lab. Thank you, Sam.
I guess I'm homeward bound.
Missing little Lou that badly?
You know I am.
Come on back, Sam. Lou misses you too.
Hey, Sam. About that message Deadman left for you. I hope you understand that he wanted to tell you all that himself. He didn't want it to come from me or anyone else. Naturally, we respected his wishes. We'll also be carrying on his research in his stead. I'm sure you will, but please take care of that last order he left for you. On another note, you can now use your PCC to construct generators and bridges. Build them along your delivery routes, and you're sure to make a ton of other porters very happy. Trust me. Who knows? They might end up returning the favor someday, too. Also, you can now fabricate tri-cruisers, trikes with 2 front wheels. You'll be able to build, charge, or repair tri-cruisers at any facility with a garage. Like this one. It's a battery-powered vehicle, so if you run out of juice in the wild, you can always construct a generator to recharge it. Just be careful not to run out of battery when you're outside network coverage. You can only use your PCC to build generators or any other structures when you've got a network connection. So without coverage, you'll either have to ditch a dead tri-cruiser or wait forever and a day for the solar panels to recharge it. Once again, thank you for linking up all of Mexico, Sam. Be safe out there, and pay us a visit the next time you're close.
Sam, I just reviewed the list of UCA associates. You can rest easy. Any data concerning your life on the run has been erased. So once you've taken care of Deadman's final request, you can come straight home. Access the terminal on site for the details. I'll take care of Lou. Just focus on the job.
This custom cargo container is designed to be attached directly to your chest. The words, "For Lou," are written on it. Tri-cruisers are now available for fabrication. creation. Delivery route finalized.
Jibber jabber, jibber jabber, jabbering. Walking towards the light that guides you home. Whisper, whisper, whispering, whispering. Nobody hears us. Nobody knows. If they bothered to see from the cage to bay, nobody cares. Nobody knows. But it's just how it goes. Waste of breath, a mindless stare. Simply stone. To carry your weight into oblivion. Deep into the unknown. We have no choice to where we're thrown. To get out.
Now leaving Chiral Network coverage.
It's the desire. Just to wind up alone. But it's just how it goes. 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 Just
Good morning, TJ. ID confirmed. Welcome, Sam.
Security measures lifted. Weapons detected. Be advised that usage is restricted inside facility grounds.
Access the delivery.
So, are you a porter? Wait, are you here about that missing cargo of mine? I'll take a look at it now. I was not expecting you to deliver this cargo. Is there anything you can't do? You know, I always thought you'd come to my aid one day. You can go ahead and connect me to the Chiral network.
Now displaying your current porter grade.
Whoa. Guess I'm online now. Interesting. The network has more uses than I realized. A lot more people can see my illustrations now. Oh, I shared some color data I think will suit you. You can use this data to customize your headwear and other clothing. A change of outfit can really improve your mood. I went looking for a place where I could focus on my art, and found myself here. There's so much beauty to be found in this place. Infinite sources of inspiration. Don't get me wrong, I'm not blind to the destruction that Death Stranding has wrought. Some of us just see things through a different lens. Now we're in a newborn world that has yet to be shaped. A blank canvas. It's filled me with so many intense emotions that I want to convey to everyone else. I just hope that somehow I can translate these feelings into my art. Thanks for coming. I'm glad we were able to meet. You've given me what I needed to finally complete the piece I've been working on. I'll let you know when it's finished. Till then, take care.
Order completed. Well done.
So glad we met.
creation. Delivery route finalized.
Stretch my legs.
Process your orders and requests.
You a porter? 'Cause I don't recall having any outstanding orders. Still, I'll check the records and see what pops. Oh shit, you found it. This is that cargo that went missing a while back. You're a shining example of what a porter should be. The best I could ever hope to meet. I'm willing to trust you have the best intentions. Put me on the network. I'd be happy to share my data with everyone else. Other porters should definitely find it useful.
displaying your current porter grade.
So, now I'm connected to the network. You can get goods and data and so forth through it, right? That's all fine and dandy, but with the advent of APAS, I hear the porter's time's coming to an end. Wonder what the man who delivers would say about that if he were still around. Anyway, the trekking boot data I shared is for a design that I gradually refined over the course of my training. They're tailor-made for mountain runs. Got great traction and peerless shock absorption for those hard landings. There's no better shoe for traveling through rough country like this. You mean to say you haven't heard of him? The porter all others aspire to be like, the best to ever strap on a pack? After he made a name for himself in the UCA, he up and vanished. Just like that. And of course, like all legends, he's a man of many mysteries. With the help of the Chiral Network, though, I could probably learn a lot more about him. And the more I learn, the closer I'll get to becoming the Boca who delivers. Or so I hope. Nah, I'm more of what you call a Boca. I walk the earth on my own 2 feet and carry the load on my back alone. Most porters and delivery bots do it differently. My methods are probably closest to those of the man who delivers. The term Boca comes from Japan, where they had porters who worked exclusively in the mountains. You could count on Boca to make deliveries, no matter how treacherous the terrain or remote the destination. And I try to live by their example. Oh yeah. Wherever there's clients in need and cargo to be carried, you bet your ass you'll find porters. Of course, in the UCA, they started relying on APAS for distribution. And so the delivery boys and girls have been drifting down here ever since. Plenty are working even farther south here, too. As times change, so does the nature of the job. New vehicles and nifty gear. Weapons, too, for the porters who fancy them. But none of that is as important as the shoes you wear. Worst comes to worst, all you need is a pair of shoes to get the cargo to its destination. Well, thank you. It's nice to know there are still people like you out there. Take care.
Order completed. Well done.
you doing? Figured we would never see this cargo, but here it is. Thank you so much for the delivery.
Now displaying your current Porter grade.
I'll see you around.
Order completed. Well done.
Okay.
Intrusion detected. Intrusion detected. Level 5 alert. Multiple unidentified armed hostiles inbound. Your shelter is under attack.
They're in danger. I gotta get back. What the hell happened? Lou. I patched you up the best I could. What happened to Lou?
We were attacked. It all happened so fast.
Intrusion detected. Intrusion detected. Level 5 alert. Multiple unidentified armed hostiles inbound. I tried to jump us out of there. But I could only take my equipment with me. And I couldn't possibly think of Lou like that. There was no way for the two of us to escape together. The best I could hope for was to jump Lou out. Just Lou. I couldn't protect Lou. I am so sorry. So sorry. I'm sorry.
Hiya! We back at it again with the start of Death Stranding 2 on the beach, cause we ain't never really left, y'all. So I needed all the help I can get, so hopefully this pre-order bonus content can do me some justice, cause my face went ahead and chose this brutal difficulty level, which I'm guessing translates into meaning very hard. And y'all already know I have no shame whatsoever in dropping this level down if it begins to be too much. But since I'm the great deliverer, I felt like I should at least try this thing out. Even with me coming straight from the last game, I had to do a quick recap. Cause why not, y'all? The world's not the same, and neither am I. Fragile's not fragile. Lou has grown, and if Kojima's storytelling taught me anything, it's that grief doesn't end, it transforms. I came back for the silence between footsteps, for the choices I made in a world linked together with loneliness and love. Dead Man here was the perfect choice to give this recap of the last game. And hey, your girl's birthday's coming up. So I love that this game starts off again with having us select our special day, but don't think I didn't notice that extra little sentence at the end here. And no, I'm not destined for all that mess. I am destined for greatness. I'd love to know what it says for the other astrology signs, so y'all please comment below what this section said for your birthday. So with that, we get another deja vu scene.
Deja vu.
What did you just say?
Nothing, just had a little deja vu.
On another crash course about the Big Bang Theory, and also the reason for the current state of the world, with everyone being mostly isolated. My Daryl Sam and my lovable Lou went coast to coast, no Space Ghost, getting everyone on board with the UCA just to become fugitives by the same country that needed their help. The beach has become polluted with these online servers, and here we are, almost a year later, with the most beautiful voice I ever did hear opening with their admiration for porters. And I'm right on that same hype train. I believe this may be my lovely lady Fragile speaking here, so correct me if I'm wrong here, y'all. So then we opening up with a sweet sounding song right here. So of course I'm gonna let it rock out for a bit.
Minus 61. Have I ever really loved someone? Do I deserve what I've got? Now the gray system's turned to traps and the theory switching sides. I own $1 million worth of stock, but I still won't sleep at night.
After hearing that song, I was too ready to get started playing. You don't even know, y'all. This was the perfect choice of a song to put right at the beginning. But I also knew I couldn't get carried away right here with my lovable Lou all out the pod like this. Now, first thing I noticed immediately was the switch up of some of the button controls. I'm not hating on it, but it does take some getting used to if you're playing this right after the last game. So don't come on this like I did, thinking you have one up on everyone that didn't play the last game. So just a quick disclaimer for you all. Our first mission is pretty straightforward on getting them both home safely. And I won't bore y'all on saying how gorgeous the graphics look, but it is what it is. The environment is displayed in stunning colors, and I'm only on the OG PlayStation 5, so I can't wait for the PC port to come out hopefully in a couple years and see what that's looking like. All in all, getting through this area wasn't too bad, even with all these gate quakes that happened out of nowhere. This whole scene had me feeling like an irresponsible parent, and the game knew that, so of course we had to make sure My dearest Lou is all the way soothed. I love this scene so much. Just looking up close at my little girl growing up like this just warms my face right on up. I'm glad this time around we can snatch up these chiral crystals, and as soon as I was glad, I got goosebumps just as quick when I saw those creatures crawling about, making me wish I stuck to the high ridge path. But it's all good because we make it to our home sweet home. And I tried to let the music play out here, so my bad on that, y'all. I'll try to listen to it when I get to a safe room. Now, I'm mad the game wanted to freak me out this early on with this BT fake out here. But I have to admit, it is just like my Daryl Sam to be this resourceful in keeping their location hidden by using the world's fear of the dead. Now, y'all know I was vibing along with my Daryl Sam and my lovable Lou on this smooth song right here. I had a flashback to the beginning of that last Resident Evil game, Village, where it started off all serene like this, and then bam, Chris Redfield comes in killing fake mommies. So when it got to this part right here with Daryl Sam all up in arms about this so-called intruder, I was like, come on, my man. I know it's been over a year since you left my lovely lady crying, but dang, Daryl Sam, even I can tell is my dearest fragile. Even with those weird hand gloves on her face, she's just a vibe all day, every day. So I guess I got too ahead of myself when I peeped the trailer for this game and seen my Daryl Sam and Fragile together in that way. I assumed they would start the game already an item, but that's what I get for not taking what she said at face value when Fragile had to babysit our dearest Lou. And she did say it wasn't her idea of a good time. So maybe seeing our Luis will change her mind now and they can become a family unit. And we even get a sweet little gift of some chiral printed diapers. And y'all know I'm gonna look this up to see if it's actually possible to 3D print diapers in real life. And nope, not yet. But to all my tired parents out there, when that technology does drop, it's definitely going to save y'all some time and money, I'm hoping. So then we are introduced to a new data file system kept in this game, now called the Corpus. So I'll be checking in on this every so often to keep up to date with all the new definitions and such. My lovely lady Fragile then lets us know that because of our darn neighbor hooking up to the network and ordering from Amazon is the reason why she was able to track my Daryl Sam's location. And on top of that, she's no longer able to do her teleport jump due to a medical condition she developed, which I'm pretty sure started during the events of the last game. My lovely lady Fragile gets straight to the point like the business tycoon she is. However, I didn't appreciate the implied threat of having to take this job in order to wipe Daryl Sam's record clean. And then my dearest Lou is still being considered equipment by Bridges. So anyway, we are then given a breakdown on the current situation within the UCA and how some departments, such as distribution, are independently run by those bots we used in the first game. And my hope at the end of the last game is ruined for now. Of all the preppers we ran across showing up in this game, heck, I'd even take a piece of mail or a post on the Triple S site, which stands for the Social Strand Service, y'all. But I'll have to admit that my theory of Dai hiding something may have been wrong, though someone in the current government is shiesty, and I'm still sticking with my belief on that. So since human porters are no longer needed in the UCA, my girl, of course, had to rebrand her company from Fragile Express to Drawbridge. But I personally loved the first name better, cause this Drawbridge motto seems like it's from a helpful place, but it's just not doing it for me. And here we get to the request, or more like the UCA's request, of forcing my Daryl Sam to head on down south to reconnect Mexico to this darn network. And maybe I am naive, but I am kind of hoping there have been some improvements and we are not sacrificing anybody on this next mission. I'm not too sure what I feel about being given a choice on what kind of information to ask or not. The first time I came across story mode decisions like this was when I played Mass Effect, which I still need to finish those games too. So I'm guessing this was added for the people who wanted to just bypass all the extra details and go straight to the mission. Now, y'all, if you don't know, then I'm gonna say it right now that I will be listening to all the options because I need to know it, and knowing is half the battle. So I had to hit my lovely lady Fragile with the why the heck choose my Dale Sam again for this mess, to which Fragile just gives a vague answer of it being several different reasons, and also that Deadman's research down in Mexico is relevant to what the UCA needs. Of course, I had to follow up with any other reasons after that response from Fragile, and then she gives the real purpose for the request, which of course is having my Daryl Sam play Superman once again to get rid of another beast of a BT. And I'm with my Daryl Sam on this observation on what the UCA may be trying to do here. I just don't want my dearest Fragile to have her mind warped up in the UCA and their expansionist agenda, all in the name of linking up new regions. Even with Fragile asking like this, I just had to see what would happen if I selected the I ain't gonna do it response, which just took us back to the beginning of the scene like a time loop. Dang it. I knew there wasn't a chance to turn it down, but at least we know there's no choice in the matter. We are brought back to the same scene through a new picture on the wall of memories, and this time I go ahead and accept the darn mission. It was pretty funny to me that my Fragile is back to babysitting, and her saying this,
"We'll be waiting,"
hit me with another deja vu of Double E always saying she will be waiting on the beach. So even though, yes, I did see the trailer for this game, I'm already knowing what's going to unfortunately take place, but I'll speak on that when it happens. So all that was just the prologue, folks, and here we go into the first chapter titled After My Daryl Sam. Before heading out into the wide open world, we get a ring from Fragile proposing a marriage, y'all. Well, that's what I wanted it to be, but it's just a new way to access the menu instead of those government cuffs. The mission directive is simple enough. Get to the research lab while connecting up the way stations on the way there. Now, I did take some Spanish in high school. However, I will not be attempting to pronounce some of the names of the way stations. So for this one, it will just be C1, which is the first stop along the way. Now, I am loving the breakdown on this cargo management that we never received in the first game. I already know a bit on how to work this feature, but of course, there are some new features to this. So don't skip over everything when going through this tutorial. Having this on brutal difficulty, I was not about to charge straight into this bandit area, which is exactly why I'm going to go ahead and take this longer path around that zone, all to protect my cargo as the great deliverer. Fragile then hands us another gift of an upgraded Cupid, and with any luck, this version will not be the trigger for another extinction event to take place. There is some more information about Double E's trip heading out west, and that there was another group with them that broke off heading to the south to try and get the area we are in now connected to the network. Obviously that failed, and here we are to pick up the pieces and complete this thing. It was also super cute here to see my lovely Fragile offer Daryl Sam a crypto buyout in almost the same way she did in the first game. I live for moments like that when positive encounters from the past get mirrored again in a way that just hits you all over again. So with a kiss to my dearest Lou and a forewarning to Fragile, we are finally setting off in the desert to our first way station. Don't forget to check back near the shelter though for this extra pair of boots, and it would have been nice to use this bike right here, but it will have its use for another person soon enough. Checking out this new menu option, I can already tell it will definitely take some getting used to. It's packed with all these new functions, and I'm old school, y'all, so I may still stick with going into the ring terminal for most of these options. And of course I had to go ahead and leave a sign for all you wonderful porters out there, so give me plenty likes once you see your girl's name. I am already missing the auto show feature we had on our scanner that keeps our intended destination shown at all times, but it is what it is. You can't be called great without putting in the work. And I also got a chance to try out my shooting skills right quick, just in case I had to shoot a goof troop or two. I also had to get my little first photo op in. It's cool we can wear our gear in different styles, so this may actually be my thumbnail clip, but maybe not, because I don't have my dearest Lou with me. So trekking along, I saw this big old dust cloud, and it had me feeling like I was in Dune. And I worried on if I should be taking cover, yet I had to remember that this is my Daryl Sam, so heading into the storm with nothing happening was such a blessing, thank goodness, because I had a bad feeling that I would have to face the BT boss right here. Walking through all this wind was bad enough, and then having lightning come at the same time had me thinking that as soon as I was thankful, that I was being cursed at the same time with having to walk my Daryl Sam through all this mess. I did find it funny that after walking through most of the storm, there is then the option displayed to shelter from the strong winds. So I did what I could, but I felt there was no stopping this climate chaos. So once again, trekking on ahead, I decided to try and be a good old porter and pick up any lost cargo during this playthrough. Using these long ladders across rivers, very useful. Now, what I did here, not very useful. I don't know what the heck I was thinking and why Daryl Sam just rode all the way up to the top like this to fall down and ruin my cargo. It really got me there, y'all. I had a feeling my prized S rating would be in jeopardy, but all I can do is move on. I can already tell that this canteen will come in handy a lot more in this game versus the last one, and just as soon as I was mad at that ladder, I was surprised that we can now connect up to 2 or more ladders. So this is definitely much needed, and now that I'm finally out of the storm, I noticed that this notification says that the sun started to set. This is a subtle and powerful upgrade from the first game as well. I already know there will possibly be a sense of urgency in some areas when the sun sets, so I have to definitely take note of this feature. Coming up on C1 finally, I had to check this message like I'm a worried parent. All is thankfully well with my lovable Lou and my dearest Fragile, so this takes a load off my mind for now anyway. Of course, I had to hit this super sweet picture with as many likes as I could. So dropping off the cargo, we meet our first prepper, Norberto. I hope to get to know all the residents in the area we are in before moving on, but y'all, I can't even accept this score right here. It's simply abominable. I won't bore you all with the repeat, but yes, I did go back over this mission without having to use that ladder to climb up some building I didn't even need to in the first place. So getting the rating I deserve, which is that good old S rating. It's that time now to go ahead and hook this station right on up to the network, cause who's that? We build in Mexico. Well, that's Daryl Sam. We also get a new weapon here, which is the machine gun. And I guess there's not much difference between an S or A rating because my porter grade was still the same. Oh well, moving along, we learn that now this station can dispose of their loved ones in a safer manner. And of course, I have to ask some questions on that further, since in the first game, you could take an unalived body to the tar pit and dispose of them that way. So now, with this new bit of information that you can't just stack them all up in the same location, or else it will probably create a new BT area. I had to know what the heck is going on in this new area as well. To which Norberto says, now that we delivered the much needed cargo, all will be well once those BT and bandit infested areas are taken care of. And we're the right one for the job because we're the great deliverer. After learning all there is to know, we can finally head on down to get some shut-eye. Now, as dusty as my Daryl Sam is looking, I still had to admire this private room here, y'all. They living it up down here in Mexico. Having a scenic image shown throughout the room really uplifts the mood. I also really like this messaging system. It just feels more personal, especially when you open up the comment section next to the message compared to just reading those emails in the last game. So, of course, this guy needs to wash off and sleep first before I can fully check out everything. So after laying down, we get a Requiem for a Dream scene with Daryl Sam waking up on the beach, as is custom by now, usually during his sleeping scenes. And our lovable Luis is there as well. So I'm thinking they are still connected to each other through his beach. And when my dearest just disappeared out of my Daryl Sam's embrace and I saw the baby BT prints in the sand like this, I already knew that my thoughts at the end of chapter 14 in that last game may be proven true here. Once I seen Double E walking up to the shore, I just knew there was something more to my Luis being able to survive outside of the pod. And yeah, I'm calling it, y'all. I do want to be wrong here, but I'm thinking our lovable Lou may be the next extinction entity in this game. So once my Daryl Sam wakes up, my lovely Lady Fragile and dearest Lou check in, and it just seems to me to confirm even further about the next EE host. Now, this childcare app that Fragile is talking about, I know was a godsend for her. I never thought about the use of a childcare app for assistance with the care of toddlers, but I will for sure make note of this when the time is right. I can only imagine how my Daryl Sam is feeling after traveling around the country with our lovable Lou, and now being away from his dear child can be a gut punch, I'm sure. So after that sweet catch up, I was surprised to get the option to sleep again. I just wanted to see here what would happen, which is not much other than the time passing. So this is a pretty cool feature to add in the game as well. Now, we can finally check out the other things in the room that are new, such as this chiral tea. I'm not quite sure I would want to drink from that, but from the look of the can, it seems like it would be a pretty sweet tasting drink, even though it looks like Daryl Sam doesn't care much for it here. I then went to check out the customized look option, and I was immediately upset. I couldn't change my suit color. Kojima, why? I was just getting used to having the different colors in the first game, so hopefully sometime before this game ends, this can be switched up soon. But at least I can change the color up on my glasses, so I picked that olive drab color to kind of match the environment and added some sweet looking patches on my backpack. You can also switch up the look at the mirror as well. I do miss the actions that Daryl Sam would do at the mirror. They were too funny. And now when I found out that you can customize this screen over here, y'all, heck yes! I wanted to put a picture up, but since I was leaving out soon, I'll put one up in the next safe room for sure that we visit. So heading back up to the terminal, Norberto lets us know that we can fabricate equipment at the facility. I figured this will be a light run, so I'm only gonna take just a few materials with me, just the container repair spray, of course some ladders and climbing anchors just in case. Also, for those of you who skipped out on the initial conversation with some of the preppers, you still have an option to replay past messages. So this is really cool in case you want to catch up on anything you missed out on. The next order will be to deliver the much needed medical unit to the next village near the C1 station. The post box structure is introduced once again. Now, planning my way to the next station, I will once again be avoiding any bandit areas until I'm sadly forced to. Now, y'all know I had to do my shout out to any nearby porters in the area so I can feel all connected in the network. And once we leave out of C1, we are then introduced to the effects of timefall on cargo. But that is no worry with the repair spray in our pack. So with everything on my Daryl Sam's back, we are on the wet, dusty path to Villa Libre. Now, as much as I try to avoid the bandit zone like I plan to do, I am a porter first, so picking up this lost cargo is a must for me if possible. But dang, on this brutal difficulty, they do have a much larger field of view to spot my face in all this rain. Luckily, I got them cat-like reflexes and got right on out of there before any damage could be done to my precious cargo. I already knew I was doing too much picking up this lost cargo, but man, these creatures of the night could have been excluded. I ain't gonna lie. At least they don't do too much damage to Daryl Sam or my cargo for now, but I'm pretty sure that may change in the later chapters. So here I was able to finally make my first Strand contract. You could do this on the last game as well, but I just never did it, so I already knew going in on this game to make as many connections as possible with you wonderful porters out in the world. So I make it over to Villa Libre and dropped this much needed medical equipment off for that good old S rating and got this place hooked right on up to the network, cause who's there? We build in Mexico. Well, that's Daryl Sam. We finally get the PCC so we can start building our structures all over the land as long as it's connected to the network. And y'all already know I had to look this cute little guy up right here. It's so precious looking. They are known as the world's happiest animal due to their smiling faces. Smiling faces. Just looking at them makes me happy already. Now, we get Mexico's version of a mama, and her name is La Madre. I can't roll my tongue, so just stick with me, y'all. So she is super cute too, I ain't gonna lie. But I'm missing my OG mama. In this same plot line, I'm not feeling it. I just want La Madre to be able to deliver her precious baby safely. I had to follow up with some more questions, and of course, I needed to know all is hopefully okay with her baby. But when she hit me with that should have given birth a while ago and that something may have happened at the 7-month mark, it already had me depressed. Like, Kojima, please, I cannot handle another dead baby crisis. So after hearing her answer, I almost wanted to get straight to the next order, but the know-it-all in me had to find out first about the residents of this villa. We also get a bit of background information that she was once in a bandit group until she became pregnant. So I'm glad she was able to put that lifestyle behind her and not raise her child in that kind of environment. So moving on to the last question, I had to know what other problems La Madre could be facing. which is, of course, collecting the lost cargo that just so happens to be smack dab in bandit territory. Now, if La Madre wasn't pregnant, y'all, I had a whole mind and a half to tell her to go fetch it herself and try to rekindle that bandit relationship she gave up. But since I'm the great deliverer, no cargo is too out of reach for Daryl, Sam, and I. This upcoming mission will be to construct a watchtower near the bandit camp along with snatching up the requested cargo. I'm glad we get this Mesa handgun up front instead of having to do a side mission for it. But I was confused on the guns I already do have and whether they were lethal or not. I'm used to it saying non-lethal or rubber bullets. So playing it safe, I just stuck to what I have and we're off into the desert grove up ahead. I already knew it was going to be extra once the sun set, and as soon as I got into the woodlands, of course, there would be more creatures of the night littered about the ground. Like I said previously, they don't do much damage, but I still attempted to jump over them unsuccessfully. So running along, I had to take a quick stop to re-up on my chiral crystals, and I thought this bubbling tar pit would cause some damage to me, but thankfully it didn't. I also thought this could be a good spot to drop the bodies if I had to use lethal force, until I remembered what our dear friend Norberto advised us on their corpse disposal, and this pit wasn't that deep anyway. I'm glad we still got our handy dandy flashlight on our scanner, so this is still a sweet feature to have. In addition, those creatures of the night can also jump at you, so be aware of that too, y'all. So coming up on the spot, I got this watchtower built with a good bird eyes view on the location of the bandits in the surrounding area. Since I barely used the watchtower in the first game, it seems like there may have been an improvement in that looking through this thing, it does highlight their exact spot, which is much needed. Thank you, Kojima. So after I got them all mapped out, now it's time to get Assassin's Creed on their faces. Well, with the exception of not being able to kill them, sadly. There is also a head count number at the top center of the screen, which is also deeply appreciated, because I be thinking I got them all and then there's one little straggler left. So with this feature added, it's a huge help. Taking out the first couple bandits were easy enough, though I'm not quite sure how they can't hear my Daryl Sam walking up behind them, but it's all good for me anyway. So the next few bandits is where I messed up on my sneak attack. I wanted to avoid throwing them hands since I picked up the first cargo, but I was able to get them all knocked out. I'm actually glad that I was able to experience this hand-to-hand combat, since it let me know that they are not as brutal as I thought they would be on this difficulty level. And I also discovered a new melee weapon we can use. So heck yeah, I can hit them with that sparky stick they was getting me with in the last game. I can't wait to go swing on some bandits now. Heading on back to Villa Libre, I wanted to see if I can save some bullets and tried to use this electric gun on these creatures of the night, which didn't work, but I'll try to see if I can clear them out with the proper weapon when I get a chance. So here is where reading comprehension comes into play, y'all, because I was thinking I had to go and deliver this back to La Madre, since she mentioned that some of her cargo got washed away in the bandit area. But nope, it is in a whole completely different station we have to drop this cargo off at. So not wasting a trip, I at least brought back some lost cargo in return for now being able to fabricate my own sparky stick, so I don't have to grab it off those darn bandits. Now, the correct destination I was supposed to drop this cargo off at is the C1 South Distribution Center. So heading back into this desert oasis, I just hoped those bandits would still be out cold. And thankfully they were. So I jogged my way onto that distro center, and as always, to let me know I'm going the right direction, here is another banger of a song, and this is already hitting for me. So of course, I got to let y'all rock out to it. So enjoy.
It's from the radio. Everything we dream is never what they seem. Feeling rather strange, waiting for a change.
This song is such a vibe. I almost let it play all the way out. But we're finally coming up to the distro center. I see that we can now return likes from the other porters in the Stranding universe. So this is hella fire because I always return what I receive. So plenty likes coming right back their way. I dropped my cargo off for that good old S rating and got this place hooked right on up to the network because who's that? Rebuild in Mexico. Well, that's Dale Sam. We get some blood grenades here, so I'm already knowing the next mission is going to involve clearing my way through a BT area. But I'm slowly getting over my fear of them in the game. We also get the schematic to build a timefall shelter with some added improvements as well, such as refilling our canteen level, which may or may not have been in the OG game, along with the shelter acting as a sort of a force field against BTs. Our good friend Ben lets us know more about the blood grenades, and the main difference between those blood grenades and the hematic ones from the last game is that they use fake blood with the same properties that can still repel BTs. So now my Daryl Sam doesn't have to get poked any longer. Pause. So next question I need answered is whether there are any new features tied to the timefall shelter. From Ben's explanation here, the main thing I took away was not to get too comfortable under it, as there's only a small amount of coverage of that repellent. I'm glad he let me know, because I surely would have been just chilling under that shelter thinking I have one up on the BTs and they just grab me out of nowhere, then void out. So the very last question I have for Ben dives into their research on BTs. He explains that the current area is prime for BTs to spawn, and also that there was this massive void out that happened south of this region, causing a disconnection to the chiral network at this distribution center. But thanks to us, everything is up and running, and now it's time to rest on up in the safe room, or try to get some rest, since there's no rest for the weary when it involves my Daryl Sam. So right behind the bed on the screen, there is a slight image from what I believe to be a gigantic BT boss. And I thought this would be a time for me to battle, especially with Daryl Sam getting those goosebumps. But nope, it was another one of those gate quakes. Our good friend Ben checks in on Daryl Sam to confirm that a BT may be in the vicinity and to bring an order to the nearby research lab as well. Before I get into all that, I got to make sure my dearest Lou is okay, since Fragile sent us a message that they also experienced that same gate quake. But thankfully, no damage is done to either of them, so I can swipe through these pictures of Daryl Sam and Lou with happiness instead of worry. All of these personal photos were just too freaking precious to look at, especially the ones when my lovable Lou was still in her pod. So how could I not go ahead and change the screen image to a picture of the dynamic duo themselves? I also noticed a space in the back of Daryl Sam on these shelves for the figurine collection, so I can't wait to see what will pop up there the more we do play. I already know it's going to be a mess once I leave the safety of this room, so of course I had to let my Daryl Sam take a steamy shower, and I don't know why I just now seen that instead of the EX grenades, which is the 0, 1, and 2, being fabricated after the shower scenes, it's now the chiral crystals being collected from Daryl Sam. No complaints from me, cause I need as much of those as I can get. I also figured I might as well try out some of the weapons in the game so I have a handle on whatever comes our way. I won't bore you all with the Porter Fundamentals program because the girl is the great deliverer and I don't need to brush up, but I did do it anyway on my free time since you can earn a trophy for this. I think they added this trophy feature for using the VR training because I surely did not use it in the OG game. But this is a nice addition because it did make me try out what this training program entails. So there are opponents we can select to go against in this training program, and it starts off with your standard bandit or group of bandits. But the fact that there are 10 other opponents that are unlisted already has me feeling anxious, even though it's just a simulation. And I wanted to get more comfortable with using these blood grenades, so I practiced with them first before moving along to practicing hand-to-hand combat with the enemy. And y'all know I love my knee strikes, but I also wanted to start body slamming the heck out of people in this game too. So the last thing I had to try out was this Sparky stick and how to work this thing out during combat. And I just found my new best friend in the game. So with that, I headed on back to the real world, better prepared to take on whatever is thrown our way, which, like I figured, we are now to get rid of the BTs in the area. So I'm too glad I practiced on how to throw these blood grenades. Now, when our good friend Ben lets us know that there are different kinds of BTs out there than what I was used to, it had me feeling a lot of ways until I remembered that no matter what they are called, they are still essentially a BT at the whole end of the day. So all I have to do is keep my Daryl Sam's mouth trap covered and move with purpose and use the only weapon provided to us, since the guns we have will not do any damage to the BTs yet. The area we are to travel to is some ruins right near the research lab. Our good friend Ben also advises us on a couple strategies in order to protect both ourselves and cargo from the BTs, which I appreciate him so much for. I went ahead and stocked up on everything I believe will get me through this next mission, and we are off once again under the cloak of darkness. Again, be careful traversing out here under the threat of these gate quakes. And when it said this high level intensity of the gate quake, I just hoped against all hope that I didn't have to take care of any big old BTs in this area. So once I got to the zone littered with the BTs, I went ahead and constructed the Timefall shelter. And I have to say, I'm absolutely loving the shortened time it takes to complete building this shelter. Thank you, Kojima. I went ahead and left my backpack here like our strategist Ben advised us to do, and got to work doing what I do best. Thankfully, I practiced with using these grenades first. I'm just glad I really practiced first, because I do miss my cord cutters from the last game. Although with these types of BTs moving about like this, I don't think I would have been able to get to them undetected like I used to. This wasn't as bad as I thought it would be, and I got the area cleared out relatively quick without causing any void outs. One thing I didn't like is it seems like the distance we can travel from our backpack has decreased. I believe in the last game it was at least over 700 meters. before I got the message that we were too far away. So this is definitely something to keep an eye out for, especially for my level of play with keeping my cargo far away from me. So just be cognizant of that. I got all the required cargo with me to take to the research lab and also some extra lost cargo to bring along. And now we are on our way to the required destination and we get another smooth song right here. So of course, y'all know I'll let it play out for a bit. So enjoy. Now, I'm not gonna lie, I liked all the songs in the last game and so far in this game too, but this was a eerie song to listen to. Still beautiful, and it did fit perfectly with taking out those BTs, but maybe it would have been cool to be able to have this song playing while completing this past mission. But anyway, we make it up to the research lab and drop this cargo off for that sweet old S rating. And before we can get to the hookup, I wanted to check out the trophy list for this game since your girl did platinum the last game. Now, when I seen that I don't even have to be on brutal difficulty for the standard order deliveries, I almost dropped that thing down to casual. Maybe normal. I wanted to so dang bad, but yes, I did unfortunately say that I would give it a try. So here we are, and I got this place hooked up to the network, cause who's there? We build in Mexico. Well, that's Dale Sam. Y'all, I almost cried my little heart out when I saw this familiar baldy but goodie in front of me. So I'm just glad our friend Alex seems to be well. There is an upgrade to our bullets, so we got another weapon in our arsenal against BTs, and I'm insulted that Alex could think we would ever forget him because the great deliverer always remembers all their friends. Our dear friend Alex lets us know he moved down this way in order to work with Deadman, which is super sweet to know that they are connected still. So like I thought, a big old BT does need to be humbled by yours truly, but first I wanted to know what else they have been studying down here. Alex lets us in on their focus on the gate quakes and how that could possibly lead them to BTs, especially now that I've hooked them up to the network. It should give a more accurate location, so let me know where they at so I can run the opposite way. I also wanted to know if there are any other weapons besides the blood grenades and that new specialized bullets for our gun. And nope, just the two for now. And that's not too bad. I'm hoping for whatever shows up, it'll be enough to take him down. I head on down to the safe room and I get a nice and hot shower in, but I really can't see how Dale Sam can sit his behind on the ground in these showers like this. I'm just a germaphobe like that. So during our rest up, we are awakened by our dearest friend Deadman. Y'all, I can't believe I missed him this much, and it hasn't even been that long since I played the last game, so I can only imagine how some of you felt when it's been probably years since you last played Death Stranding, our Death Stranding director's cut. So like Alex advised us, this place we are in used to study earthquakes, making it perfect for the ongoing research into the stranding phenomenon. Now, I did wonder about the rest of the world in the last game since we were only rebuilding America. I thought that the other countries would be rebuilding at the same time and that all would be as it once was. However, Deadman cuts that idea short by informing us that the research lab we are in tried a variety of methods to connect with other countries due to the chiral clouds surrounding the entire planet. So satellites and ships were both a failure in trying to seek an outside connection. I just hope there were no people aboard the ship when they tried to test that one out. And it wasn't until there were non-native birds in the local region causing the researchers to notice something odd right near the lab, called a plate gate. Now, this plate gate only appeared because of the actions of Daryl Sam linking up the network from coast to coast, no space ghost. So this word here, y'all already know I had to look up what the heck is a marsupial, because Dead Man's funny little finger animals didn't explain it clear enough for me. So these are basically kangaroos, wallabies, Tasmanian devils and such. So I would rather him just say that instead of being a Heartman here. They both love to use those big old words when it doesn't call for all that. So the researchers had to test this gate out by sending in a bot, and the soil it collected past that gate proved whatever was behind it was similar to the southern hemisphere region. And shortly after that test, humans then passed through that same gate, speaking the king's language from down under. I figured that all was not lost in the world just because they were not able to connect beyond North and Central Americas. The next goal seems to be reconnecting Australia next, which isn't too bad. I guess we're on a mission to rebuild the whole world at this point. Deadman then pauses his recording, saying he needs to take a shower. And I ain't gonna lie, y'all, I didn't think he even took showers, aside from joining my Daryl Sam that one time in the last game. So then another gatequake is identified, and with it came a big old BT, and I'm just not ready. It's only the first chapter, and there's already a boss. This had me too heated, y'all. I felt like Kojima wanted to get all the action out the way since a lot of you people complained about the slowness. I love the slowness. Y'all have to realize it's a build-up. So this ain't the way to do it in this game, but whatever. It's the first chapter. I'll get through it because I'm the great deliverer. After getting myself situated in the safe room, I had to eat a little bit, I had to drink a little bit, I had to shower a little bit. I reluctantly head on back up, and I needed my full arsenal for this battle because I had no idea what kind of BT boss I would be facing. And off we go to play the hero. First thing I noticed was this same head popping out the tar like back in the C1 distribution center. So I don't know if my Daryl Sam is being targeted or what's going on. It doesn't matter because this BT won't be around for long. So once we left the research lab, this was terrifying for me, y'all. And this is only the first boss, but seeing my Daryl Sam being dragged into the fight like this was not cool. I couldn't even run up the way I wanted to. And that's what I feel messed me up right here. Your girl couldn't even get a hit in. So it is what it is. Trying this thing out once again, I knew to keep it moving, and if all else fails, then I have no shame in lowering that difficulty. But having this on brutal difficulty really will test your stamina, and I think that's really all it is with the harder setting. It's just throw a grenade or fire your gun a couple times and keep it pushing in this fight. Although the guns did hardly any damage against this BT at first, so for those who haven't played yet, just stock up on all the blood grenades you can possibly carry and be careful of these lamp posts around the area because I wasted a good amount of grenades hitting that instead of the BT. What I needed was the battle skeleton, a speed skeleton, something that I paid for with getting the collector's edition. This was just not it for me, y'all. I hated that we had to wait until getting further in the story to get the majority of the pre-release equipment. Having this song playing helped me somewhat, and that just goes to show you the power of music, especially during a tumultuous time. I figured out hella late that when you're being sucked up like this by this BT boss, you can still shoot while being dragged. And also you can hit them with the grenade while they're spewing all this tar junk at you. As usual, when I saw this red damage bar come up, I went full Rambo mode once again and got this BT boss the heck out of here. I'm not even mad at this score because this definitely was a whole doozy in a movie script of a fight. Now, what I am mad about is how little this connection level raised. It should have went all the way to the last star. It should have been 5-star right here. How much work your girl put in on getting rid of that nightmare. So of course I had to let my Daryl Sam rest it up right here. After dealing with all that mess, I don't think he could have even made it up to the lab at this point. So after that bit of relaxation, we make it back up to the research lab. I went ahead and dropped off the lost cargo I found along the way. And don't worry, Alex, my Daryl Sam will not be overworking himself to death in this game. And it's time for a proper rest up in the private room this time. So we head on down and I see my Daryl Sam taking a shower first. Before anything, I had to shout out thank you to All Above for him to be washing off before laying his grimy self down on the bed. Y'all don't even know how much that grinded my face in when he used to do that in the last game. Like, boy, take that shower before laying down. So after this rest up, my Daryl Sam wakes back up to Dead Man's Past recording. And this time he brings up our dearest Lou, or the official name of Lou, which is BB-28. I hate that name. So apparently BB-28 was destroyed years ago, before Daryl Sam was even given the mission of rebuilding America. So then, who the heck is our lovable Lou? It don't matter, they're still my baby. If they were not BB-28 at the time. And also this did bring me back to the conversation with Fragile when she said that our dearest Lou is still considered a Bridges asset and that we'll have to work it out with the UCA. But first we would have to do their bidding, or what the UCA assigned Fragile, and then she handed it off to us. But I'm thinking, wouldn't she have known at the time of the mix-up in the UCA records and that Lou isn't actually listed as BB-28? I don't know, y'all. I won't say it because I can't believe what I'm feeling, but when it comes to my Daryl Sam and Lou, no one, I mean absolutely no one will get in the way. So I just hope against all hope that Fragile isn't on some shiesty government dealing work, having us reconnect the rest of the continents just for the UCA to then take over as one world order. We will just have to wait and see at the end of the game. And the birthmark here is the identifying feature separating our Lou from the official BB-28 in the government records. This was news to me that our Lou even had a birthmark. I'm over here feeling like a negligent parent now that I didn't even notice that birthmark. So Deadman then says each BB has a distinctive serial number, so no two BBs will be the same essentially. So like Deadman suggests, this will definitely help us with dodging the UCA's research heavy hands. And it did also make me think if my Daryl Sam had to go through being poked and prodded all because he was able to survive outside of the pod. Let's move on to a lighter note now, y'all. Deadman gives us a few gifts to take back to our lovable Lou, although I'm not feeling the vaccine shots here. And no, I'm not a conspiracy theorist like Robert Kennedy thinking that they will give your child autism. But who knows? In this game, however, with the way everything is going, no siree, Bob. I hope my Daryl Sam will not administer these shots. I just have a feeling it will immediately turn our Lou into the next extinction entity. So thanks, but no thanks to this gift, Deadman. And as soon as I said onto a lighter note, now we back in with the heavy note, with Deadman bringing up here the way he was born by artificial means. And just because he was made this way doesn't make him any less of a person, in my opinion. He's no Frankenstein. I just hated to know that our dearest friend did not have long left in the Stranding universe. But at least he was able to find out that he does, in fact, have a beach, which I already knew that bit of information since it was included in the last game. If you did keep doing those standard delivery orders, you found out more about the preppers or your dearest friends by the additional interview notes. Now, y'all, what the heck is really going on? When Deadman showed up on the screen like this, saying that he does have dooms and he wasn't trying to keep it a secret, but then he said he's off to the beach. And I'm like, oh, he's taking a vacation finally. Until I seen the rest of the image on the screen with him slowly walking away into the water is when I finally got it that Deadman is actually dead now. No pun intended on that. This is not what I was expecting, and the way it's delivered through a past recording of him, it just left a nasty taste in my mouth.
Oh, that's nasty.
Deadman was the voice of Logic in the last game. His presence was mostly calm, and I feel this scene is less about his passing and more about what Daryl Sam lost and the connections he built with everyone and how they slowly fade away. To me, this is worse than Joel's death in The Last of Us, and I didn't think anything could top that one. And yet, here we are. Am I sad? Heck yes, I am. But to know that our dearest friend is no longer with us in the very first chapter is not what's up, Kojima. Shame on you. Now, with Fragile showing up right here, I feel like she knew Deadman was long gone already. And this is another way to keep on hooking up the network. So now that our job here is done, we are finally able to head on back home to our dearest Lou. But before leaving out, our friend Alex at least lets us know that he did know what happened to Deadman. He just didn't want to say anything because Deadman wanted to be the one who lets us know through that past recording, which, okay, I can get that reasoning. For me, I would have liked to be told this kind of information up front. But now, finally, on to something less heart-heavy. We can fabricate generators, bridges, and the coveted bike with our PCC now. But I didn't think that we linked up all of Mexico that quickly. Not that I'm complaining too much, though it would have been nice to see some more of this area since it was mostly desert. Fragile then chimes in to say that now my Daryl Sam's life on the run is over, but why couldn't she have just done that before getting rid of his fugitive status, before requesting Daryl Sam's help? Last game, I was suspecting Die, and now this time I'm suspecting my lady Fragile, because this just isn't adding up to me. Then she says here, once that we have taken care of Deadman's last request, to go ahead and come on home. But the request was to deliver Lou their present after already connecting this research lab to the network. So whatever, I'm just the delivery person. Once again, taking the present left behind by Deadman, and I got it strapped up to Daryl Sam's chest. Now, y'all, I had to choose my color for this set of wheels first. So I got that Mars red and olive drab combo pack on this thing, representing that A pack, and we off once again back home this time. Well, one last stop before we get back home to my lovable Lou, because I'm the great deliverer. And when I saw this message from our friend Ben about some lost cargo to deliver and that there was another person to possibly bring in the network, so of course I got to do what I do best and picked up that lost cargo to bring along to drop off to the artist. There's a sweet, smooth song coming in right here, so of course I'll let it play out. So enjoy!
Jibber jabber, jibber jabber, jabbering. Walking towards the light that guides you home. Whisper, whisper, whispering, whispering. Nobody hears us. Nobody knows. If they bothered to see from the cage to bay, but nobody cares. Nobody knows. Well, that's just how it goes.
Low Wars stay hitting, don't it, y'all? It's just how it goes. So we make it up to the artist's location with no issue to drop this lost cargo off and got this place hooked right on up to the network. Cause who's that? We're building Mexico. Well, that's Dale Sam. We get a couple new colors to use in order to switch up on our gear. So I'm guessing this is where we can get the rest of the color spectrum by making deliveries to this cutie pie. It's just so cute. And yes, wearing a different, brighter color can really change your whole mood set around. I do think this question is pretty silly to ask her since, of course, she's all the way out here to work on her craft. But just in case there's another reason, it never does hurt to ask. So she does confirm that she is out here to refuel her creative spark. And as long as she's safe, then I'm looking forward to viewing the rest of her artwork once it's complete. And we are off once again, but we didn't get very far before we do get an illustration from the artist. So I'll be checking on that when I get the chance. All right, so one more stop, y'all, before heading back home. I promise this time. So this lost cargo belongs to the Boca. And on the way, I ran across this supply request, which I didn't know at the time how to drop off the right cargo. So my bad for whomever needed some weapons. I saw it late and just dropped any old thing, which was this blood bag. I did say I need some glasses, so it was hard to see what was being requested. So moving along to the next location, I make it to where the Boca resides and dropped off this lost cargo and got this place hooked right on up to the network, cause who's there? We build in Mexico. Well, that's Dale Sam. Now we get some new boots here from the Boca, which is definitely always a need. And once I got a good look at this guy, he kind of resembles that veteran porter from the last game, except he has a mustache. But after listening to him for a bit, it turns out he's not the same dude after all. And it seems like he's just a fanatic of the good old days of on foot delivering. So when he mentions the man who delivers, I know he wasn't talking about my Dale Sam like that, because that ain't the name. It's the Great Deliverer. And make sure you get it right next time. It was super sweet to hear of our legend status spreading far and wide like this. So I'll take an admiring fan or two or three or thousands. But this name, he says right here, yeah, I'll pass on that title. But I did appreciate how he took the time to dig into the term Boca. It would have been nice if that bit of history had made it in the last game. And yes, there are still Boca out there today in the game and also in the real world, delivering to folks who live way off the beaten path. And after getting this station hooked up to the network, we are off once again, homeward bound finally. But about halfway there, we get an alert that no parent ever wants to see. Y'all, who the heck is breaking in on my ladies back home? So I tried my best, my very best, to rush back, knowing that this is all part of the story. But still, you know how you know beforehand what's going to happen, and you still try to change it anyway? Well, that was me here. Also, be careful driving back home, since you can go out of bounds, it seems like, in this area over here. So when we pull up by Daryl Sam's shelter, Fragile is laid out on the ground, looking all kinds of messed up. But at least she's alive. She then starts muttering my dearest Lou's name. So I'm already heated that we out here doing the government's bidding once again, and now my child is who knows where at this point. So after Daryl Sam gets Fragile back inside the shelter and patched her up somewhat, we get down to what freaking happened to my precious Lou. Fragile then gives a recap on what exactly happened when the armed intruders came busting in, and they best be lucky that my Daryl Sam wasn't there. They would get pew pew, bow bow, psh, just everything all at once. Back to the story at hand. Seeing how it all played out like this, my Fragile tried her best to get them both out of there. I'm glad this bicycle was left behind for them, but y'all know how my mind works at this point. I'm just not believing that she couldn't jump them both out of there when she did it before back in the last game near the end of chapter 9. Yes, she did try to explain that she couldn't think of my dearest Lou like that, but forget all that. If the moment calls for make-believe, then she should have thought of my lovable Lou-like equipment. So what's done is done, unfortunately, and the last glimpse of my baby girl was her crying and then going still. So thinking only positive thoughts here, y'all, because I refuse to believe that my Lou is gone like that. Fragile did apologize, but this just gave me the same feeling I had when Dai, the previous president, kept saying he was sorry. So honestly, I don't know exactly what to think here. Well, I do, but I just don't want to believe it yet, y'all. So afterwards, there are baby BT prints on the floor, which I'm going to view this as the spirit of the real BB-28, because ain't no freaking way this is Lou like Daryl Sam believes. And with that, this long movie of a chapter is completed. Woo! When Kojima said this game would be longer than the last game, I knew to get prepared, but dang, a whole 5 hours for just the first chapter, which is not even including doing any extra deliveries of lost cargo and such. So yeah, we in it to the end, y'all. Thank you so much for tuning in, and after this chapter, I will be taking a slight break from uploading more of this game so I can finally crank out the rest of Mafia 3 before the Old Country releases, as I'm seeing more of the gameplay on that and it's looking beautiful. There's also more Cafe Unshot and possibly South of Midnight coming your way soon. So don't forget to like, comment, subscribe with the little bell jingle turned on so you all stay tuned in, my wonderful people filled with greatness. And as always, much love, much peace, and catch you on the flip side.